Dear participants, dear teams, dear mentors, dear viewers from all around, please let me welcome you to the day 2 of the Common Ground Camp organized within the Hub IT project, where we seek to activate constructive interactions between ICT developers, SSH researchers, and other stakeholders that will lead to a responsible approach to research and innovation. This event is brought to you by Pedal Consulting, one of the project partners of the Hub IT. We are streaming live from Optio Studio in Bratislava, and my name is Miroslav Polacek, and I will be your host. Let's do a quick recap of the objectives of the Common Ground Camp for those who weren't with us yesterday. So the objectives of CGC 2021 are to facilitate the collaboration between information and communication technologies and social sciences and humanities enthusiasts, and to generate innovative solutions related to sustainable development goals that could potentially help to beat the COVID-19 pandemic effects. Since yesterday, our participants have been working in 11 teams with support of our mentors to propose and advance their solutions and prepare for tomorrow's pitches to win attractive prizes as displayed. So it's 3K for the first prize, 2K for the second, and third will receive 500 euros, attractive prizes. Today, they are going to continue with their efforts. I would also like to quickly remind you of how we are operating. So Common Ground Camp, as you probably know by now, is partly streamed on YouTube. Participants work in their teams through Zoom and also consult with mentors through Zoom. This is private. Participants also please check your emails at all times, for the instructions can be, for technical reasons, often communicated only through email. So this is very important. Please keep it in mind. Check your emails at all times. Teams speak with the studio via their captains. We will finally get to know them today through interviews. I'm very excited about this. We're going to know about their ideas, about their teams, maybe about their struggles or how they are doing so far in the Common Ground Camp. At all times, mics are off, cameras are on, provided that you're not speaking to us, to the studio. All questions are to be submitted through Slido and will be answered at a separate Q&A sessions. Now, this concern may be, and mostly, the workshop that we're going to hold afterwards, which will start after my presentation. So if you have any questions whatsoever to our presenter, please submit them through Slido on the link that you see on the screen. So slido.com, use the hashtag HubIT. And as we are streaming online, feel free to take a short break whenever needed, provided that you're not speaking with the studio at the time. And yeah, participants, don't fear the observers, our independent experts that you maybe probably know by now, who help us to collect qualitative data and your feedback and provide you also with the technical support for the event. And as we value your feedback, and we're going to collect it tomorrow at the end of the event, please write down any notes concerning the event organization, what you liked, what you didn't like, whether you like the presenter, his shirt for today, whatever. And finally, a quick run through today's agenda. The opening will be followed by Pitch Perfect workshop by Ms. Nini Gigani, who will join us shortly. Our teams will then have a time to elaborate on their ideas more during the so-called designing stage and profit from the mentor's feedback at the end. At the same time, as announced, we will finally use the opportunity to talk to our captains to know more about their teams, ideas, and propose solutions. So if you're watching us for YouTube, please stick with us. This will be a very interesting part, and we will know something more about the pitches tomorrow and about the teams themselves. Teams can afterwards still use the opportunity to work some more on their solutions in private sessions on Zoom until 7 p.m. And now, if we're ready, I would like to welcome Ms. Nini Gigani to tell us more about how to pitch perfectly, a very useful topic for tomorrow's big day. So Nini, are we on? Can you hear me?
Hi,
Yes,
hi Matej, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
How are you doing?
I'm good, How are you?
Well, I see that you have a better weather from whenever or wherever you're connecting than we have in Bratislava, so I'm a bit envious.
I don't think so. This is a Zoom background that I spent 5 minutes searching. I'm actually in Oxford now, in the UK. It's raining, it's sad, it's grey. Just trying to create an illusion here.
All right. Never mind. I think that your workshop will get us into a better mood after the morning.
Let's hope
please,
so.
The floor is all yours.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. My name is Nini Gigani. I'm currently live here from Oxford to deliver a pitch workshop. So why am I delivering a pitch workshop? Well, that's a good question. I myself have pitched multiple times in my life, in my studies, in my career. I've learned through experience, some good experiences, mostly good. And I have had conversations with a lot of people in the startup world who have been judges or who have pitched themselves or who are veterans, and I've picked up a few things. So whatever I have picked up, I'm here to bestow upon you, so to speak, and hopefully some of these techniques you will try to internalize and make them your own during the bootcamp to make the most of it. So let's begin. The format, as you probably already know, is a 3-minute speech with a 2-minute Q&A session, and of course it's delivered on Zoom because of the external circumstances. Now, let's move on swiftly to the anatomy of a pitch. So we have lots of things here, but there are 5 core qualities that I would like to emphasize. The first one is for it to be exciting. Now, the opportunity that you're presenting needs to capture people's attention. And this only happens if you can make this relatable for the people, and if you can make this a problem which people care about. The second one is to be clear. Now, your story needs to be clear and simple. It cannot be complicated. You have very few minutes, so you need to be very straightforward with this. 3, it needs to be informative. Now, even if you have a lot of information on a topic and you know a lot, it's important to deliver all of this confidently, because if you do not believe in what you're saying, no one who's listening to you will believe in what you're saying. But also remember to not overwhelm people with the amount of information you're giving. Be sure that you are very capricious with the type of information you choose, that it's easy to consume and it's easy for people to retain in their memory. 4, it needs to be memorable. The story is such that, again, it resonates with people, but the way in which you tell it is also relatable. So for this, you also need to identify your audience, which we'll touch upon later on. And 5, it needs to be actionable. At the end of your pitch and throughout your pitch, you need to be able to convey, this is what we're going to do, and this is what we want you to do. So people need to know what their role in this is after listening to your pitch. Now, the basics. This might seem a bit overwhelming, but we'll go through all of this one by one. We'll prioritize them. You can prioritize it on your own, depending on what kind of pitch you're preparing. So we have the introduction, the hook, the problem, solution, market size, business model, traction, competition, and team. Let's go through this one by one. The introduction. This is arguably one of the most important bits. And make it simple. Hi, we are Team WorldStar, and we are here to make your life easier, more productive, and more exciting. That's it. That's your introduction. Powerful, captures attention. People are listening. Now we have the hook. This is within the first 15 seconds of your pitch. And this will probably determine the rest of the attention span of your audience. Start with context. What's happening in the world right now? Okay, we have COVID. The situation is really bad. Ask a question. Is enough being done in order to make sure that we get to our normal lives as fast as possible? Make a controversial statement. The government is not doing anything productive as much as they could in order to help us get our lives back. Controversial statement. Share your vision. We are here to do this and this and this to get us back to our productive lives, to our hobbies, to our work, to our families. And this is how we're going to do it. Tell a story. Then we have the problem. Get into the grit of the problem more in detail. What is it? Who has this problem? Is it the elderly? Is it the young? Is it a specific class in a society, so to speak? Is it a specific gender or sex? Is it a specific geography? People who are in a very specific region? Why does this problem matter? Always ask yourself, why is this important? And to try to convey this in a speech, you can always start your sentence with, this is important because, and now I have a cue in my head which says, okay, I will now understand why this problem is important. Is this problem new or old? Is this, as we say, COVID, which is a relatively new problem, or is this something that has been bothering us for years and years and years? I don't know, it could be the comfort level of a reclining chair. Take your pick. Tell the story of your customer. So always make sure that you present everything from the viewpoint of your customer. Understand what it would be like in their shoes. Characterize them. Is this a 4-year girl? What's this girl's name? This girl is Jane. She goes to her kindergarten every day, and she has the problem of dropping her lollipop on her way to the kindergarten at least once a week. And this makes her cry. This is bad because it has a very negative impact on her psyche, and she's upset during the whole day. Then her parents have to expand more, you have to buy her a gift. They're back from work. They can't give her enough attention, so on and so on. And also try to quantify things as much as you can, but simply, as mentioned. Quantify, just like I said in my speech, once a week. This amounts to 54 times a year on average. And then this already seems like a big problem. How much money does it cost for parents to compensate the child for every lollipop dropped every week? Now, fourth, the solution. You've stated the problem. Oh, it's so grandiose, it's so big, it matters for so many people. But what are we going to do about it? Explain this to your audience as if they're a 5-year-old, as if it's Jane. What is this product or service? Who is it for? What does it do? And how does it help customers? So is this product a lollipop maker? Is this for 5-year-old Jane and for her peers? Does it make lollipops, or does it give you the ingredients for lollipops? And how does it help customers? Well, it makes Jane happier, and it makes her family happier as well. What are the key features that make it unique? So arguably, it's very difficult to come up with something that doesn't already exist. But of course, that's the innovation in these pitches and in these services and products that you're bringing. So make sure you highlight this. How is this different? How is this a step up from something that already exists? Or it could be actually the same thing, but improved. So there might not be a feature that's very different from something that already exists, but it's improved to the level that it offers a lot more many more advantages than other products on the market. Let your customers pitch for you. So make it easy for them to repeat what you say, make your lives easier, more productive, and more exciting. Okay, 3 things. I know what I'm getting out of this product. Be clear. Avoid technical jargon. We know that you'll probably, some of you will be coding or creating some software or doing something very niche. But if this is something that you cannot convey easily to the audience will simply not understand what you're trying to get to, or they will spend too much of their brain power trying to understand what you're saying and then miss the other part of the sentence. And again, you only have 3 minutes. So make sure you make it as easy to understand as possible, just like for 5-year-old Jane. And again, quantify as much as you can, visualize as much as you can. Fewer words, more numbers and visuals. Market size. Now, what market are you after, and hopefully you can visualize that. What market will you operate in? Will you operate in the West? Will you operate in America? Will you operate in the EU? Will you operate just in Germany or just in Slovenia? What's the market segment, right? Geography, identify your customers. How big is it? In millions of people, in millions of euros. What part are you targeting? Are you targeting this sub market that's very niche? Is it a wider thing? Can it be scaled? And how much can you capture? So if the market is, it's a 1 billion euro market, maybe you're aiming to capture 10% of it. And briefly, you can say why, or you can also save this for a Q&A. We'll touch upon these priorities later on as well. Show a realistic bottom-up approach. Okay, so we have this many potential customers. We can sell at $10 and lead to an addressable market of this. Easy sentence. Make sure you have this laid out and you demonstrate this in your pitch. To take it to the next level, which you might or might not have time for, depending on your priorities, you can also take the level up. You can show the total available market, the serviceable available market, and the serviceable obtainable market. So this is what's the total market, what is the segment that of the market that your product targets, and the portion that you aim to capture. So kind of like what was in the previous slide, but in more quantities. So this would require more market research and maybe even some calculations in order to have a more or less realistic capturable market estimate. Tip 3, show a big but realistic market. Now, your audience and your potential investors, of course, want to hear that you are ambitious, that you're actually going to make an impact. Even if your product is fantastic and it's amazing and it's beyond everyone's expectations, if you yourself are not ambitious, if you yourself are not trying to take steps towards making a real change, then it will not really matter as much. It will not be as impressive, right? Be realistic, be convincing, believe in yourself, and give traceable numbers. Now, how I have done this before and has worked very well is that if you do financial calculations as such, leave them in the appendices. Show all the numbers in your main pitch. There will definitely come up a question, highly likely there will be a question from the audience, where did you get these numbers from? And you'll be like, aha, let me go to my Appendix G. And then you go through, you show them all of the work you've done, but of course, genuine work you've done. Don't just plug in random numbers. And this will also be very impressive. Present an exciting opportunity. Of course, there's a big problem. This is how we're going to solve it. Business model, arguably one of the most important things, especially for teams that are more technology oriented. I've seen a lot of teams who have stellar technical capacities, but they simply do not know, have not even thought about their sales channels, their marketing channels. How are they going to take care of the business that you're trying to pitch? Because that is what you're pitching. So identify a business model. If you don't know any business models, honestly, just Google different types of business models and there'll be like a list of 10 or something, and read the brief descriptions and say, this sounds like something that could work for us, and then go step by step. It doesn't have to be that complicated. What's the revenue model? How are we going to get the money? Maybe an approximate price range. What's your sales strategy? Who are you going to sell this to or through, or where? Is this online? Is this a physical store, etc.? And let them do the simple math. Again, present the big numbers. You can do the detailed calculations in the background, but you do not have to explain things that seem obvious. Explain the basic logic, key numbers, financial estimates, the summaries, but avoid talking about the exact pricing and features, because that might be a bit too much detail. If that does come up in the Q&A, then be prepared for it. But personally, at least, I feel like for a 3-minute pitch, which is already, to be honest, 3 times as long as many pitches tend to be 1-minute pitches, it might be a bit too much for a short pitch. Now, go to market. See, we're moving very fast. We'll be to number 10 very quickly. Go to market. So how exactly are you going to capture this market that you just said that you were going to capture? Which markets do you plan on entering? What's the timeline? Are you going to be prepared in a year, in 2 months, in 2 days, in 5 years? Is there going to be an upscaling of this in how long? You know, do you have a 10-year plan or a 5-year plan when you're going to capture all of this market? Because in most cases, it's very difficult to say we're going to capture 70% of the market within the next 2 months. That just doesn't happen because business and marketing and rollout of technology and updating rarely works like that unless you're already well established and you're here as a grown professional. How will you reach your customers? Different channels, tactics, strategies that you might use. Yeah, just have a strategy. Rarely do people go into Monopoly without a strategy and win, unless you have beginner's luck, but I don't believe in those. Explain your reasoning very briefly, give some proof, and present your customer segments and markets, hopefully visually. Now, I am saying quite a bit of material that you might think, how am I going to say this in 3 minutes? But again, we'll go to prioritization in a bit. Not all of these might be as important as the others. Right, 8, traction. What's traction? It's basically product market fit, and prove that you do have this because this is indispensable. Is there a demand for your product? Okay, Jane, let's go back to Jane. Jane, 5-year-old, loves lollipops. How many 5-year-olds are there in the EU? Let's say that's your market. How many lollipops are sold throughout the EU? Well, you might want to take a larger age gap, but you get the gist. How many lollipops are there in the market? How many lollipops are being sold? Who are your customers again? Can you generate revenue? And this is the question that you'll be able to answer when you have your market size, your demand, and your customers. But you need to state that, yes, this is a profit-making idea. And what's your projected growth? Yes, the traction is the story of your momentum. This is very important. Show your profits, ideas, revenue ideas, show your users, your partnerships potentially. Are you going to partner with Candyland or Chupa Chups? And prove that you can do this fast. You know, 10 years might be a bit too long for this. So have a short-term, a medium-term, and a long-term plan. I usually like to break up my timelines like this. With most of the things that I do, choose the right metric to measure this. Maybe for your product, it makes more sense to do this, to think about this in terms of months or weeks or years. Choose the right timing. Always make sure you take into account, if you're presenting this, take into account political factors, policy in these countries or in these regions, copyright or economic predictions, or maybe there was a financial crash a month ago and you're not going to go into that market now, or maybe the policy has shifted from the lollipop industry, they're financing more education, which I would personally support, but it's a different topic. Show your customers, show your pipeline. That's your traction. Competition. This question, in my experience, pops up nearly always. So you need to have an idea of what already exists on the market and have a moderately good idea in order to be able to put whatever you're pitching above those other competitors. Now, these competitors might be direct or indirect, but you have to prove that you are better than both direct and indirect competitors. So if you're making a lollipop machine, or there are the lollipop machines, direct, indirect, or substitutes, do they do all of the things that your lollipop machine will do? Do they do just some of the things? Or maybe this isn't even a lollipop machine. It's a coffee maker, but it has an add-on for a lollipop maker. So show them or know them. What's your unique selling point? You know, our lollipop machine is different because it does this and this and this, and no one else does it, or it does it at such a better rate that no other product does it as well as we do. And again, why? Know your competitors. In short, differentiate and predict your future competition, what might pop up. Because oftentimes, if you have a brilliant idea, nothing really prevents other people from trying to recreate your idea and make it better or make it different. So it'll be good to predict this, and it's also helpful to have this in mind when you're doing a market projection, because you will probably have to take into account that if we launch this in month A, we can expect that by the end of the year, there will be people with prototypes of the same thing. So we have to be fast, and you have to move fast. Team, one of the most important aspects of a pitch, in my personal opinion and in my experience. There is no other team as suitable for implementing this idea and this project as us, because when people invest their time or their money or their energy into something, they often invest in teams rather than product. And I've heard a lot of angels or startup mentors say this, that a lot of people tend to prefer teams over products. And I've had a conversation with an angel who said, well, this team had an amazing product, but they were terrible to communicate with. We did not get along. And then the other team had an okay product, but they were so motivating and ambitious and willing to make changes and improve and talk with us, so invested in the other one, because we knew that we could work with them long term and we believed in them. So who are the members? Present them. What experience do they have? What competencies do you have? How do you complement each other? You know, if there are 5 back-end professionals in your team, then it might not be the most diverse team. Show that you have a marketer and a technical person in this field and that field, a business person, etc. Why are you the best fit for the startup idea? Because you might have a great idea, but you might not be the best person to pursue this idea. Show why you are. In short, present brands and people that you know, build on each other's experience, talk about your experiences. Hey, I've already done this and I have an idea of how to do this, or I have a vision, I've worked with multiple people, etc. Be fun, exciting, and united. In short, be likable, but still be you, but be likable at the same time. You are excited about this idea and you believe in the idea. Now, 10.5, conclusion. The human brain can only remember 3 things, and this is backed up by research. If you get in touch with me, I can link you some papers. But your brain will only remember this: I'm team wonderful, I have this huge opportunity with traction, and this is what we do. You know, we are team World Star. We have identified a 5 billion euro market in lollipop making, and we will make lollipops for 5-year-old James. Sort of like this. Easy to remember. Okay, they know, now have an idea in conclusion of what you are here for. More tips. There is no time to lose. So as I've mentioned throughout this presentation, you have 3 minutes. Now, 3 minutes, for some people, time, for most of us, time is temporal. So we perceive time differently. 3 minutes of you pitching goes by a lot faster than 3 minutes of sitting in a white padded room with nothing in it, right? Those 3 minutes are a lot longer than 3 minutes of the pitch. So 3 minutes actually around 400 words, and that is not much at all. It's about 27 sentences. So you know to limit yourself to about 400 words with 27 sentences. If you have 3 minutes, practice your pitch for 2 minutes, 55 seconds, and practice it to a T. So you do not go over time, depending on how strict the panel is, of course. But usually it's good practice and more impressionable if you stick with the timeline that you're given. Because of this, as we were saying, we will need to prioritize. These are all the basics that we talked about. I would personally recommend that in your pitches, you focus on who is your audience, and you determine from this what you need to say. In most cases, but this wouldn't apply to all cases, but in most cases, I would recommend that you put these introduction, the hook, problem, solution, traction, and team, the ones in red in your pitch, and you elaborate on these more than on the orange ones, market sizes, business model. I would perhaps wrap these up in one sentence each. And if they want to know more, they will ask more questions, and leave go-to-market and competition, number 7 and number 8, number 9, alone. Leave it alone. Perhaps don't even mention anything. Have it in your appendices. Have a slide full of your competitor analysis. Have a slide full of your go-to-market, or even 2 slides and your calculations. Leave them in your appendices. If it comes up in the Q&A session, that is great. You'll go through, you'll show that you have done so much work. It will be very impressive. If they do not mention it in the Q&A, or maybe you have time left over in the Q&A and there are no more questions, perhaps you can connect this to another question and still show off what you've done. It really depends on the situation you're in, on the format, and exactly who is your audience, what are they interested in. If it's all salespeople or business people, they're more likely to dig into your sales channels and go to markets, etc. If it's more technical people and technologically, practically advanced professionals, they might dig into the details of your solution more. So make sure that you think about who you have in your audience. Key rules, just a bit left, I promise. Do's and don'ts, very quick, very simple things, but things that can leave a great impression and can leave a terrible impression, depending on how you do them. Do's, definitely tell a story. Make it into a story that you would, just like a book that you would open and read, and just captures your attention in the first 15 seconds. Keep it simple, practice a lot. Don't add too much text because it's overwhelming. As I said, the human brain can only mostly retain 3 things. Visualize as much as you can. Don't use different formatting. If you have a specific font you're using, use that font. If you have a size for your text, use that size. Don't change colors where one slide is gray and the other one is orange and the other one is pink. It might be overwhelming, and it oftentimes looks less professional, but of course it also depends on your branding. It might be visually appealing at the end of the day based on your brand portfolio, but these are just very simple things. Usually a presentation done in black and white might be much better than a presentation that's like rainbows and butterflies and leprechauns and unicorns. Don't try to explain everything. As we've gone through, make everything succinct, condense your text, make sure that every word you're saying matters, but at the same time, don't speak at the speed of lightning. No one will hear what you're saying. Make sure you enunciate and articulate every word, especially since this is online. You have to make sure that people can hear you, but at the same time, condense your text as much as you can so that every word matters. And of course, I've given you all of my expertise, and now it's up to you to rock that pitch. Yes, I wish you all good luck. If you have any questions, please do come through. I am here to answer them to the best of my ability.
Nini, thank you.
Yes.
It seems that we have a little technical problem. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thanks a lot. I surely learned a lot. I think it's a great presentation. I would encourage our teams to, as we are recording the live stream that will be on YouTube, I would encourage them to really use the opportunity, for the preparation for tomorrow's speech to watch the presentation again if needed. Second thing I would like to stress is that I would like to say sorry, first of all, for misspelling your name at the beginning. I'm sorry. And just before we head to the questions, because we received some questions on Slido, I have some questions for you as well. And but I would like to stress, we're gonna go for it in a minute. I would like to stress a message, a technical message for our captains. We're gonna run interviews in a short time, right after we're done with the Q&A session. So please, captains, use the second link that you received through email to connect to Zoom. All right, so you received 2 links to connect to Zoom. Don't use the first one. If you're already connected, please disconnect and then use the second one. And you can start to pretty much connect at any moment from now on. All right, and so we will be in one room. I will have you all there, and then we will do the separate interviews. So that's a message for you. Use the second link. And now, let's go for the questions. Actually, funny fact for the beginning, I have prepared some questions for you, but you pretty much responded to all of them at the end of your presentation, so I'm kind of left almost speechless.
That's another tip. Anticipate the questions and make the appendices according to them. What would they ask? What have we not explained in our presentation?
That's it.
There you go.
I think we're gonna take a look on the Slido, and I think there's exactly some questions that I would like to ask, and then maybe we can stress again that were maybe partly asked. So, well, what should we not do in a pitch? What are the biggest mistakes? You already told them, but maybe, so those were the 3 final things, all right? If I got them correctly, so not put too much text in it, not make it too colorful, and what was the third one? Please help me.
Don't try to explain too much.
Don't try to explain too much, so
right.
Don't overdo it.
Yes, I feel like these, the first 2 at least are a bit more technical, and the last one touches more upon the content, right, of what not to do. Other things that come to mind, when you're giving a pitch, if you mispronounce something or you forgot to say a bullet point that was before that, or you just sneezed or something, it might just be my pet peeve, but you don't have to say, oh, I'm so sorry. Just, it's okay. Just move on with your speech, because if you do that, it kind of cuts just in the middle of your storytelling, and people are like, oh, okay, I was in a magical story, now I'm out of it, and now I have to get back into it. So try to stay along the lines of your story. Even if you slip and fall, just be like, oh, well, that was impactful. Just make a joke and go along with it, because those things happen. Well, you won't slip and fall in a Zoom call, I guess. But a good advice for the future. What else not to do? I can't really think of anything else that I haven't mentioned in the presentation already. So if something does pop up, I will get back to this question.
Okay, great. Yeah, so the message would be, don't let anybody, and not yourself, to step into your flow.
Yes.
Let it flow like a river. And if you can pick just the number 1 biggest error, if we follow up on this, that you see people are making during their pitches, what would it be? The number 1, if you can just pick one.
Talking too much about one aspect of your solution or product. A lot of people might answer the crucial question, but not the crucial questions. If throughout your 3-minute pitch, you're only answering the question, why is this problem important? It sounds more like a literature review. And people have done this, and then they have 30 seconds to actually present their solution. And that's not conducive to anything. Okay, now I believe that there's a huge problem, but I still have no idea how you're going to solve this. So I understand that you have very little time, but again, you will have to crunch everything and prioritize things. And make sure that all of your words are as impactful as possible, and they pack a punch. If you need, you can enunciate with your mouth as well. Pack a punch. Emphasize them. Yeah, so definitely overemphasizing on one aspect and leaving other things in neglect is something that I have seen, and something that's quite sad because these people, are prepared and they know what they're doing, but because of the time and because they might not be used to these presentations to large audiences or virtual audiences, they get flustered and they lose track of time. Have a timer with you. That's what I did for this presentation, and I finished 20 seconds early. Have a timer in front of you and keep looking at the time.
Yes. I think, from my experience, maybe, if I say it, it's always better to finish a bit before than to be left and stuck in the middle of a sentence when the alarm clock sounds and you're like, okay, I'll finish my sentence here and that's all.
Absolutely.
Okay, and out of all the elements that you mentioned that should be in the presentation, according to you, which one is the crucial one, the most important that you should stress the most? Is it the quality of a team, the solution, customers, value for the investor, or it depends on the audience, as you said?
Yes, I do believe that it has to be personalized every time, even if you have a pitch that won you first place and €1 million. I think that same pitch might not be useful for another competition, depending on who you're pitching to. If I have to break it down to the absolute top three, perhaps I would say, what's the problem? AKA, why is this problem important? What's our solution and who are we? Mm-hmm. Very, very simple. But again, that is the meat of the story. As I kept repeating, you have to tell a story, and you can't tell a story without the first two, and the last one, I feel like, about the team. Perhaps it is also something that could be put in the Q&A, but if you leave out so much information, you might not even have time for that in the Q&A, or you have to make such a wonderful impression during the pitch. All of the people in the group have to make such a wonderful impression that people in the seats would not even ask you, oh, what's your profession, or what have you been doing for the past 5 years, or are you still in school? And doing pitches, it's not like all of the members of the team, so to speak, get to talk. There's usually one designated person or two people who split up the pitch. So yes, it's very difficult to say what's the most important thing. Just do the essentials and do them in a dense mode. And
practice.
And practice a lot. Practice in front of a mirror, record yourself and replay it. You'll catch so many inconsistencies and things that you could have done away with. Deep breaths you take, or nervous laughs that you make. And it might be easier for a lot more people nowadays because of Zoom and these virtual presentations, because if someone has a stage fright, I feel like you're less likely to be frightened in this situation because you're most likely sitting in your bedroom in front of your computer, which you do on a daily basis anyway. So it's more familiar for people. So some cheering on you guys. Don't be nervous. It's as if you're talking to yourself and no one's there on the other side, which can be scary in its own right, but it depends on what your fears are.
Okay, so again, you almost responded to the next question that I would like to, that I have for you. So, but anyways, I'm gonna ask it. Do you have any specific tips for online pitches? Just what you said in your last sentence, that we are in a peculiar environment, in a situation that we haven't been so much before. Lots of the pitches, lots of the presentations are moving to the online world. Do you think it's mostly an advantage or it's a disadvantage rather? And what would be your tips for our participants for tomorrow as they're going to pitch online as well?
Right, so to start off with the first part of your question, perhaps, what would be the tips for online presentations? Really, the online inconsistencies or awkward situations that I've witnessed most of the time during these times is the technical thing. As much as it's so obvious, you can really never tell what's going to pop up, right? Make sure that your computer is connected to a power source, so it's always charging, so it never dies. Make sure that you've tested your audio and video make sure that you have a proper background, that it's blurred, or if it's your actual surroundings, make sure there's no one walking around naked or making noise in the house. Find an environment which is comfortable for you. Adjust your seat height. You don't, I could have been like this. I could have been like this. It really depends. Those really technical things. In relation to the second part of your question, I feel like having these things online has both advantages and disadvantages based on who you are and what your competencies are. For me, if I had to pitch now during the Common Ground camp, I would find this very disadvantageous because I feel like I can make more of an impression in person. And I use my body a lot when speaking and my gestures, and none of this could really be seen on video because if I do this now, my arms are too high up, it's too unnatural. So I was just doing this and you couldn't see it. So if you're that kind of person, for you, it will be more of an advantage to do this live. But if you're someone who maybe has less experience with these things, who's more nervous, who needs a more comfortable environment around them, this is definitely an advantage, and use it to your advantage to make things as comfortable for you as possible and to make things as tight as possible in terms of the presentation and the pitch. What else? Yes, you might also consider actually, if you have proper equipment like microphones, to stand up and do your pitch standing up. If you also want to show your gesticulation or different body movements for more convincing propositions, you can do that too. But you have to make sure that probably use a microphone because background noise is very, very annoying. More technical tips, but I think that's all for me. There's nothing else you can do. Just prepare and practice.
Okay, thank you. Those are useful tips as well. And we have one more question through Slido. Alex is asking, how important is the logo name of the team in attracting people towards your product? So branding, basically, right?
Right. Very important question. I believe this is heaps important when the product is already launching. When you're pitching it and it's not maybe a market-ready product, or it might be, but if it's not a market-ready product and there's still time to change things around, then I feel like no one would really care much for it unless it's very offensive or something. Don't do that. But otherwise, things always change. The Facebook launched and changed to Facebook, and many of those other instances that I can't remember off the top of my head now. But make it at least acceptable for people to listen to and to see and to perceive. I've changed in my team and I, when we used to do pitches, we would change things around all the time, the color scheme and the team logo and the team name and everything. But I don't think it would make that much of an impact. It's more about your idea, your solution, what you're solving, who you are, how you present yourself. Everything else, I feel like the team name is just used to refer to you so that people know what to call you or your team.
Thank you. All right. And last question from my side to wrap it up. Mm-hmm. What is your number one advice or like encouragement call for our teams for tomorrow pitches?
Number one advice. Some people might disagree, but I would say it's better to not sleep for a night and get those prizes than sleep for the night, save your brain cells, and maybe not be as prepared. Lots of people will disagree with me on this, but I'm that type of person who'd rather damage a bit of my health and achieve something. Don't do this, it's not recommended, but if you're that type of person, do it. The gist of this advice is to not waste any time, make sure every second counts. A practical advice could also be that when you're brainstorming together with your team, actually, give each other some time. As in, when you get together, don't be like, okay, let's talk. Give each other 5 minutes of individual brainstorming sessions. Get some post-it notes because they're good for creating a space, a limited space for formulating your ideas. Write down your ideas on post-its, and after 5 minutes, reconvene, and then share your ideas with other people. So yes, that's actually something, a more practical tip in terms of teamwork that I would give. And before you start the slides, write down everything that you're going to do. Make sure it makes sense, make sure it's a tight story, and then go to visuals, because a lot of time, in my experience, I've wasted a lot of time doing visuals that at the end of the day, and the slides at the end of the day were not used just because we changed around the storyline and made it better. So make sure you're strict and tight with the storyline, with the structure of your pitch, and then put them into slides.
Thank you very much, Nini. Thank you again for your presentation, for sharing your wisdom with us, and thanks for all the words.
Thank you very much for having me. I hope the presentation was useful for, if it was useful for at least one person, that my job here is done, I'm happy. And yes, good luck to everyone. Stay alarm and alert, and practice, practice, practice. That's my last tip.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Sure, it was useful. Bye. We're going to say goodbye to Nini. And we have one more question that was asked through Slido, but please, before we answer it, I would like to again call to our captains. We received a message from the studio that not everybody is connected. So far, we only have 5 captains out of the 10 that we are supposed to interview right now. So captains, please use the link on Zoom that was provided in the email, the second one. So we have you all here. All right, so do it now. And yeah, for the Slido, for the last question, this was more of a technical question concerning the organization of the Common Ground Camp. So we received the question about the prize money, how it should be used. Well, it's entirely up to you, actually. You use it as you wish, ideally maybe to advance your business, to help to attain some of the sustainable development goals, but again, this is just a suggestion. It's entirely up to you. So first step, as you just heard, prepare good for the pitch, and then earn it, and then you decide what to do with it. Okay. So now we're going to take a short break just before we're going to head to the interviews. We'll see you in a minute. Ano? Počkej sekundu. Welcome again back to the studio. So Common Ground Camp is rolling, and now we're going to finally proceed with the interviews with our teams, with the captains of our teams, to know a bit more about their solutions, the solutions that they will be pitching tomorrow for the final event. And so first one will be Alexandru. We're going to connect with Alexandru. Alexandru, are you with us?
Yes, I'm
Hi.
here.
Yeah, we can hear each other. That's great.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Well, even better now. So I see your background. Is that a Horizon 2020 background actually that you have? Or
What?
is it just on your screen?
No, it's from Zoom.
All right,
the
okay.
background. Yes.
Alexander, I didn't introduce the name of your team because it wasn't actually, I believe, decided yesterday. Because if I understand it correctly, pretty much you were one of the guys that acquired your team based on the registrations,
Yes.
and really did it without a prepared solution in advance, and have to come up in something like the right spirit of a, let's say, kind of a startup weekend or ID generator. So do you have a name for your team yet?
I actually thought it would be nice to keep the name Team One because it's not every day that you actually get to be number one. But alternatively, it could be called the Team Gamma,
Team Gamma,
like
okay.
the Greek letter Gamma. Yes.
All right, but no problem. Let's keep it with the team number one. That's a good point. It's always good to be number one. So, from how many countries do you have your team members?
Just two actually.
Just two.
Dusan, who is from Slovakia, and me and another teammate, Yulia, we're both from Sibiu, Romania.
Okay, great. So Slovak Roman team. That's nice, all in all. And is the international cooperation rolling good so far?
Actually, very good. Yes.
Great.
Free communication.
That's nice to hear. And could you briefly present us your ID on what you've been working, your solution?
We're working on an idea that solves the SDG number 15, life on land, on preserving biodiversity and the natural habitat on the earth. We're developing an app, more likely a platform that includes an app, which people indeed can use to connect with themselves, other people around, and nature.
So also the cooperation of ICT, information and communication technologies, and social sciences and humanities is working well by now?
Yes.
All right. And how do you like the event so far, Common Ground Camp?
Very much, yes. Like it very much.
You learned some useful information so far?
Especially today, yes, with the workshop.
You like the workshop? That's great.
Yes.
And what are your, let's say, expectations from the Common Ground Camp?
I hope to give it my best and to work in harmony with my team, and we'll see what we can do.
Great. So we cross the fingers for tomorrow's presentation.
Yes.
And all the best, and keep on with the good work. I'm really excited for the product tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you,
See you
Alexander.
tomorrow.
See you. Next on the list, we're gonna connect with Shu. Oh no, sorry, Shu. We're gonna go on with Vlad from Blitzthink team. Vlad, are you here with us? Yeah, I think we cannot hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
I pressed the unmute.
Great, thank you. But yeah, at least I see that someone was paying attention to my presentation and muted themselves when they are not speaking. So that's always nice to hear that someone listens. Yeah. Okay, so
My Blitz think that.
to start it off, you're doing well as well? Everything good?
It's quite fine. We took a lot of notes. With the pitch presentation, we got some sections going on, so a marketing document, and we're looking forward to match the pitch presentation with the marketing document.
Great, that's nice to hear. So what is Blitzthink about? Could you tell us?
It's,
One, two sentences.
it's fast thinking and coming up with a solution, uh, a tangible solution as fast as possible for a real world problem.
And have you also succeeded in linking it with one of the Sustainable Development Goals? Which one did you identify?
I think health. We are trying to develop an application, a mobile app about nutrition, about getting literate in nutrition, and as well as having a sustainable, healthy life.
Okay.
Mostly, yeah. I'm not trying to do a pitch here, so.
No problem. I mean, you can save some information for tomorrow for sure. The best
Yeah.
to come, but feel free to share
My
as
hook is,
much as you wish, as you
I
can.
almost threw my hook off, but
Okay. And so you came as a team, all set up, working on your business ID.
yes, we got linked together with the emails. We were supposed to be around 5 people, but somehow we are 3. I don't think it is a huge problem. We have to focus on what really matters right now, because if we were 5 people, we could concentrate on different points, but since we're 3, we have to focus exactly on what we want to achieve so we can deliver the right message. As well as I'm more from the technical side. We have somebody from the marketing. We have somebody from the social sciences. So we quite come together really nicely. Yeah, we share a Google Docs between us, so we can write lively anything that comes through our minds. And that's pretty much our organization.
Okay, thank you very much. That are some nice and useful tips for other participants as well on how to organize your work and how to work during the COVID times when everything is online. And which I will ask it again, as I asked previously. From how many countries do you have your team composed? Is it an international team or?
It is an international team. Initially, they were supposed to be from Slovakia as well as Slovenia, I believe, and from Romania. But now we're only Slovakia and Romania. Sorry, we're 2 Romanians and one Slovakian.
Okay, great.
And,
so,
sorry.
Another Slovak Roman team.
Yes.
Cross fingers. That's nice to hear that we have.
We're
so
Balkan. We get along really well. Yeah, we can pronounce our names really easy.
That's always nice when you know like how to address properly your teammate. And what are your expectations from the Common Ground camp? Have they been fulfilled so far?
So far, yes. There were. I liked very much the presentations from yesterday. I quite understood through the contextualization the main idea, and being responsible when you are creating something, that it is not about you, it is about more than you. So you have to think through everything and try and achieve a pleasant goal, and think about the others. That's the main drive that I'm participating here. I want to understand how can I, in the future, how can I create other businesses based on these 17 SDGs. I haven't heard about these until now. So it's very helpful for me to understand these principles.
Thank you. This is very nice to hear, and we're glad it's helping you. So yeah, keep on with the good work, and I also say to you, fingers crossed for tomorrow's presentations, and thank you for
Thank you
finding
very
the
much.
time to speak with us.
Hope everything will run smooth. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure it will. We're going to continue with Ivana from the team number 3. Ivana, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hi, hello. How are you? All well?
Yeah, great. Thanks. Yeah.
What you're reading
Little
right
tired.
now? I see the bookstore.
Yeah, I just make some notes. Yeah. So you mean this one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
fine. I mean,
Yeah, there's lots of books. I don't have specific.
all right. We keep on that for later. So you are in team number 3. So you also kind of gathered around the common idea for this event, right? You don't have a specific solution ready just yet, but you were composed maybe with other participants that registered for the Common Ground Camp, if I'm right, and you were about to come up with a solution, or do you have some existing solution in mind that you will pitch tomorrow? I mean, have you registered with an
Yeah.
existing solution, or you came up with one during these 2 days?
Yeah, so we were like team of 5, but now we are just 3 of us or 4. So we just decided between 2 ideas. One was social idea with the social impact, and the other one was environmental idea. So we have discussed these 2, and I guess we have decided for the social one. So yeah. I think, this will be what we are going to do.
Okay. And to which of the Sustainable Development Goals it is linked? Which is the one that you identified that's the most relevant to your topic?
Mostly poverty. Mostly
poverty.
And overall health
Okay.
or well-being.
And do you have any international team members in your team coming from other countries?
Yeah, so we are 3 of us are from Slovakia. So mostly this country, and one girl is from Romania. So
Okay.
also Romania, Slovakia.
All right, it's still nice to hear. So we have a really strong partnership in there. That's this could be a base for kind of a Slovak-Roman cooperation in the future, I guess. This project is always nice to that it can spin some other cooperations rolling. And your expectations from the Common Ground Camp, have they been met? Have you learned something new, or?
Yes, definitely. I guess it's great to connect with people with same or similar ideas, or the enthusiastic people about this stuff. And yeah, I learned about the how to create the project and so on. So I think it's really helpful for me.
Okay. And about the pitch, have you found the workshop useful? Are you preparing for tomorrow's?
Yes, I write down all the important things that there was mentioned today. So yeah, I definitely use it.
Okay. So we cross the fingers for tomorrow as well for your idea, and I'm sure it will go all well. So
yes,
yeah, thank you for your time, and we're gonna go on, and you keep on doing the good work. So next on our list will be Shu, Miss Shu.
Yeah.
Are you here?
Hello.
From Forest I Plus Enable Work. So I have 2 teams,
sorry,
I guess.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
No problem. Take your time. I see that you have packed. Are you going for holiday somewhere?
No, just at home. So my coffee is there.
You would be lucky. I would like to go, but yeah, hopefully soon. So I see that you have 2 teams noted, like Forest I Plus and Enable Work. So
Yeah.
are you actually working on 2 IDs, or?
For me, I'm mainly work on Forest I Plus, and I also support Enable Work.
And So what are these two teams about? What are the ideas about? Could you tell us a bit
Okay.
more?
Okay, Forest I Plus, as you can get from the name, we focus on environmental issues. And enable work, yeah, it's a little bit difficult to understand, get the name, but it's focused on online teaching for support for people who now lose job or they want to get job, but they can't because of Corona time or also some people like in Africa, they can't support their education, but we want to build a platform for them that the companies who want to offer them free chance to learn and then they can work for the companies.
Okay, great. And in what stage are your business ideas? Is it like a solution, or you're having a business, something that already like a ready product to sell, or?
Okay, I think I just introduced my team. I'm the leader of the Forest I Plus, so I introduced this, and Enable Work, the team leader Philip will introduce them. So for Forest I Plus, we are still design, and it's on design step, and yeah, it haven't go to the market, but I hope it can reach to everyone.
Okay, yeah, sure. We're gonna cross the fingers for tomorrow's speech, and also cross the fingers for an early market entry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we're gonna head it right to your colleague Philip. Thank you for your time. Philip, are you with us?
Yeah.
From Enable Work, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, great. So I haven't asked Shu, but as you are two working on two IDs, where are your team members coming from actually? You are an international team?
Yeah, so we are a team of 3, and 2 team members come from Germany, and 1 team member is from China. Mm-hmm. So we are, yeah, quite international.
All right. Nobody from Slovakia, Romania?
No, unfortunately not.
All right. No, I'm just joking. You have to acquire some new stuff. No. And so in what stage is Enable Work? How advanced is your business idea?
So we didn't really develop a prototype or something. We are just in the ideation phase. And so there's still a lot of work to do.
Okay, and what are your expectations if you say you have a lot of work to do from the Common Ground Camp? Do you think it can advance you in your ideation stage?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this forces us to be creative and productive. So I think we are already tired because we worked a lot yesterday, and I think this opportunity, or this brings us the opportunity to really work hard and to really be creative.
That's great. There's nothing like working towards a set deadline, right? Yeah. So you like the event so far?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, especially the presentation we just heard earlier about how to make a good pitch. I think this is really beneficial, not only for this event, but also for future pitches.
Sure it is. Still, we're gonna keep the fingers crossed for tomorrow's speech and wish you good luck. So
thank you.
And see you tomorrow.
All right.
Enjoy. Next on, we have Jakub from Nitra Guys. Jakub.
Hello.
Nazdar. That wasn't Slovak. I'm gonna call it because I really like the acronym of your team, Nitra Guys. Is it a set business name that you will use?
No, definitely not. This was just an idea for the 3 of us because we were a member of a very small part of the team, or part of the team. And we also received or accepted 2 other guys, but only one showed. Alan, he's from Germany. And now we are doing some, say, thinking about what we are going to do as a product. We found something that might be actually useful. We are going to present the idea of calculating the current capacity of water reservoirs that are used for drinking water supplies or irrigation water supplies. And we are going to propose the system. We have the functional prototype. This was part of one of our team members' diploma thesis. And we are going to measure some values. Then we have to let the servers process it and calculate the current volume of water that is available for the farmers or drinking water management and so on.
So, if I understand it correctly, you're probably linking your ID to one of the SDGs connected with the quality of water, right?
There is multiple parts where it can fit. It is water, not water quality, but water quantity, food scarcity, fighting poverty, etc. Helping the farmers.
Great.
Mostly, sorry.
And you said that you're part of a bigger team. So, what is the bigger picture? What is your the bigger team dealing with? You're just colleagues
I'm
from
sorry,
work?
I miscommunicated maybe because in the proposition of this camp, it was a group of 5 members, team for 5 members. We were only 3. That was what I meant, that we are this bigger part of our team from Nitra. This was about that.
Okay, Nitra for our viewers is a town, a lowly town in the center of Slovakia.
Yeah.
And so, do you like the event so far, Common Ground Camp, and what it has brought to you so far?
Yeah, the informations are cool because this is, for me, a lot of marketing stuff that I'm not very good with. Maybe some problems with the communication in the beginning, but now I think we grasped it, and I hope we're gonna rock it.
Okay, great. So, as I said before, we cross the fingers also for your team, for Nitra guys.
Thanks.
And good luck for tomorrow, and thanks for being here with us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Next on the list we have Slavo. Slavo, I'm not going to pretend we've been mates for a long time now. We know each other, and but it's cool because I'm not judging tomorrow. Otherwise you won't end up in the first third. No, I'm just joking. No. But there will be no corruption whatsoever because I'm not in the jury members, but I already know you, I already know your team and your ID, but maybe you could tell us more about SKs and what you're doing.
I thought it's like how the saying goes, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, no? So yeah, basically we are pretty much far along with business, 2 years in. As you know, we started with the CEO in one of these camps. And basically 2 years later, we are a funded company. We have 11 staff from all around the world. Basically, we have advisors from medtech companies, and what we do is we do point-of-care diagnostics. We do it both for remote monitoring and community healthcare workers in countries like Kenya, Rwanda, and Ghana. We comply with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have a paid pilot with UNDP. And yeah, what can I say more? It's in many times it starts small, and the time flies, and you don't even know, and you go from 2 guys in a room to a full team. So it can happen as fast as that.
Yeah, sure. That's a nice message maybe for the younger teams. When I say younger, I mean which are in the earlier stage of their business that we have here in the event so far. And I'm really proud and excited about your idea and that you could make it here. And then I was kind of at the beginning of it all, 2 or 3 years ago, and played just a small part. But concerning SKs, have you identified one or several SDGs that could be of your interest, where you can fit with your product? I assume yes, because you're working with the UN a lot.
Yeah, we also have it somewhere in the contract, but it's basically good health and well-being. It's decent work and economic growth. because like healthy workforce leads to economic growth, and it was also reduced inequalities. So at least 3 of the goals. I have to look up our contract, but yeah, I think that's the 3.
Okay. And my final question would be for the preparation for tomorrow's speech. Is the wine bottle that we see on the background part of it?
The preparation the night before, as was mentioned during the pitch, sometimes it's better not to sleep the night and prepare.
All right, no more questions from my part. No comments either. I cross the fingers for you for tomorrow's speech. And see you tomorrow, buddy. Bye.
Cheers.
Next on our list, we have Ulrike from Skin AI and Forest AI as well. Ulrike, are you in with us? Yeah, I can see you. Hi.
Yeah. So I'm the team lead of Skin AI, which is an application we want to create to not also help diagnose skin diseases directly, but also to collect data so we have an unbiased database of images. Because right now, just a really, really small percentage is of people of color, which is not fair, and the AI can't be trained correctly. So that is our focus. But right now we are just in the ideation phase, so we are pretty early on, like most of our teams here. Yeah.
Thank you, but it's an interesting idea and pretty high tech to me. So have you also identified the sustainable development goals that it fits best?
Yes, so that would be fair healthcare for the first, and the second one would be anti-discrimination. I don't know how this SDG was labeled directly, but I think there was some specific one for discrimination. So that would be our 2 focuses. Yeah.
Okay, great. And do you also have international team members in your team, just like I assume yes, if you're part of Forest AI, I Plus?
Yeah, in Forest AI Plus, we are international, but the Skin AI team is just from Germany right now. We're just 3 people from Dresden and Berlin in the moment.
Okay, yeah. And so the cooperation between the ICT guys and the social securities humanities is rolling good so far?
Yes, so I'm from the field psychology and from the social area, and then we have some people in computer science and engineering. So the one thing that is missing for us is marketing, so we are quite happy to have heard something about the business plan and how to pitch from the mentors until now. So.
Okay, great. So that sounds very interesting, and I also cross the fingers for you for tomorrow's speech.
Yeah, thanks.
And thank you for finding your time to speak with us. Next on, we have Martina from Telmis. Telmis. Hi, Martina.
Hello, hi.
So is it Telmis or Telmis? Sorry?
Telmis.
Telmis. Okay.
It's a shortcut for Tell Me Your Story. We are trying to create a platform where designers and clothes makers and producers and sellers will be able to tell the story of the product, of the clothing. Because these stories, what's behind our clothes and who made my clothes are at the moment not available with the product, and there is no transparency and traceability in value chain, in textile industry and fashion industry especially, which allows modern slavery, child labor, and huge environmental damages. So this leaves a big area for progress and for development, and we are trying to develop platform, an application where these stories can be stored, and this platform it's connected to blockchain. So whatever the producer or seller will put there should be the true how the product is done and what is made of, because it's traceable if it's true what he said or no, and it's on the blockchain you cannot change the information. So that's the main thing, that it's sort of bringing honesty and transparency back into production and value chain. At the moment we are working on solution. We have partially made application and partially platform. It's still in development. Our team here today is Slovakia and Czech. And outside of this camp, we will test it within Visegrad, in Hungary and Poland.
Okay.
With the small designers, yeah.
Great. And do you like the event so far and what it has brought to you, Common Ground Camp?
Yeah, I like some points, especially yesterday, the connotations Michał said about bees and innovation. So that made me thinking about what we are inventing and what we are actually inventing with our product, and basically it's bringing the good values back to current economy and current system. So yeah, I like it so far.
Okay, and so if I understood it correctly, your idea is linked mostly to blockchain and, as we say, like responsible fashion, right? Or textile producing. So,
yes, generally textile, but specifically for fashion, because fashion is part of our lives and it's a huge industry, huge turnover, huge revenues, but not equally distributed in production. And it's sort of bringing a little bit of justice back to this area.
Okay, and is the ICT and SSH cooperation rolling so far? Do you have any ICT professors? I mean, the cooperation between the team members. If you have any ICT team members, and
yeah, I think it's quite fine so far. We were discussing few issues, but the product there is also already a line how it's set. So we will develop it further, I think, tonight, even further. So I guess we will get some sleep.
Hopefully, yes. Be ready, take some sleep, and it's also important in preparation for tomorrow's speech, and we cross the fingers for you for tomorrow's speech. So see you tomorrow. Thank you for having the time to speak with us. And now we're going to connect with Katarina from Turtle, right? Katarina, can you hear me?
Okay. Can you hear me now? I can hear you well.
Yes, we can hear you. All right. So hello, how are you doing?
We are doing well as a team. I think we started yesterday quite late, but we moved a little bit further. So I think it's going well.
Okay. And what's the Turtle idea all about? What's the solution about?
Well, we started from, at the beginning, I would like to say that we are people from very different backgrounds, and we are the individuals, not part of the companies, not selling any products. So we wanted to create something unique, but we had at the beginning very different ideas, starting with some awareness campaign based on saving the oceans from the plastics, which came out from the Italian partners who work as an expert on the communication department of the ICT sector. But then we have also another members of the team, and the other members are from Greece and from Macedonia, from Skopje, and they have quite a different background. Me, myself, I'm from Slovakia and I'm an independent environmental analyst, but for a long time I'm having a project in the education field. So after long discussions yesterday, we decided to find a common ground, and the common ground would be environmental goal. When it comes to sustainability, it would be the goal 13, so which is the climate action. We would like to focus on this aspect, and besides of it, we have also another overlapping goals, which are consistent with the specializations of our team members, because we want it to be as much inclusive as it is possible. So I think all of our team members will find themselves in our product, in our ideation, our proposal for the idea we would like to implement.
Thank you. Almost. Or please go on.
Okay. So the idea is we would like to focus on there is a COVID crisis, and nobody knows when the COVID crisis is going to be over. This was one of the basic aspects of annotations for entering to this competition. And one of the most suffering sector is also, of course, the education, the school sector. So most of the families are stuck at home with their children. The parents they need to allocate the time. We were trying to find a measure at the beginning where we can move on, and the measure would be the time. And of course, the goal is climate action, but the time is a measure. And the measure in a household, the households, by the way, they are the most, they are the biggest producers of some particulate matters, fine particulate matters, like a PM10 and other ones who are just like huge pollutants. And many studies have been done recently, also in Italy and in other parts of the world. They found out that these pollutants, including these particulate matters, they have serious consequences on the COVID impacts on the health system, including the mortality, which comes out that we would like to reduce, of course, the pollution. Another thing is that these pollutants contribute also to the CO2 emissions, which is the biggest driver of the climate change. Well, our beneficiaries would be then all the people, maybe in the area, because we would like to make some savings in households based on energy savings, maybe based on some other pollutants savings, including the air quality in the household. But also the beneficiaries will be the families. And the problem with the families, we have also expert for the gender issues. And the gender issue, Dimitris from Greece, he said that it is from his experiences, he is a specialist on this issue. He said that it is quite complicated for mothers to take care of their children in the situation where they can guarantee the time they will give their children, but at the same time they are not able to work. Maybe I mean there are overlapping a lot of problems, challenges. Let's say
okay.
The challenges.
So this is very interesting and really a multidisciplinary approach to a problem. I think we will have the opportunity to learn even more tomorrow during the pitch. I'll have to cut you in here because we are running a bit short on time, but I would like to wish you good luck for tomorrow's pitch, and the solution sounds very interesting, so I'm really excited to know more about it tomorrow. And so good luck, and thank you for finding the time to stick with us here for the interview.
You as well.
And last but not least, we're going to continue with Francie from You, We, Me project.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. All doing
Okay,
well?
perfect.
I like the piano in the background.
Yeah, me too. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you for being with us. So, what's You, We, Me about? I like the name as well.
Well, that's really nice. UVMe is about interactive games with the use of camera recognition for facial and body features. And yeah, we're aiming this to go with the CDG goal of the education, quality education, and especially for literacy and numeracy. So yeah, that's a little bit overview of what it's about.
Okay, and which stage are you in with your business idea? Is it like an early stage, or do you have already something prepared?
We already have a demo, a prototype, and we are gathering a little bit of feedback so we can put together what we are going to present in our business pitch. Yeah.
Okay, and so which is the goal, the SDG goal to which you linked your business idea?
The fourth one, the quality education.
Quality and education, okay. And do you like the event so far? Have you learned something new?
Yeah, it is amazing. It was great. I really enjoy a lot the meeting that we have just a few minutes ago with the recommendations for doing a nice pitch. It was really insightful, and I have been liking a lot the effort that you've been putting to have everything linked to the CDGs. I think that nowadays we have a really problem regarding that most of the world think that we are not going to reach the CDGs for 2030, and I think that these events are making that possible to make people to be, to have knowledge about what they are about and how important they are.
Thank you. That's very nice that you have such an overlook and really excited about promoting also the SDGs, and the idea that you're working on sounds very interesting. And I also would like to wish you a good luck and all the best for tomorrow, and even afterwards when you will continue to work on your ID. So all the best.
Thank you.
And keep it up with the piano.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was the last of our captains. So I would like to thank them again for finding the time to speak with us. I hope you found the information that you learned about the captains and the teams interesting, just as we did. And I would have one more message for the team leaders. Please go back to the Zoom, but to the rooms that are meant for participants. So you can quit this room and then go back to the Zoom for participants. Because by this last question, we almost hit the end of our event. And maybe the final words from my side after the interviews, we're going to shortly take a look on what's ahead of us for tomorrow, for the big day. Because the agenda for tomorrow is quite tight, so let's just go quickly through it and see what is waiting for us. We will start again by the opening at 9 a.m. sharp and then jump straight to the pitches. It is very important that all the teams, captains, and jury are connected on time. And remember the rules that Nini stressed again. These are very strict. You will have strict 3 minutes for the pitch, followed by 2 minutes for the questions by jury. So prepare well for the 3 minutes, because as the alarm sounds, you won't get any more time. You will have a time to finish the sentence, and then your pitch is over. Then we will have the 2 minutes for the questions by jury. Then during the evaluation session, we will take again the opportunity to talk to our captains and ask them for one final feedback on the Common Ground camp, and we will close the event with the award ceremony. So that's all from my side. With that being said, I would officially like to close the stream part of the day 2 of the Common Ground camp. And I would also like to say to our teams that you still have the opportunity to work on Zoom until 7 p.m. It's still open for you, so you can work on your pitches, perfect your solutions, get the support from our mentors right now as well. And I would like to say that I'm really looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow for the grand finale and for all the final pitches. From Optio Studio in Bratislava, my name is Miro, and I say goodbye and see you tomorrow.